Welcome to my kitchen. I am Muhammad the Egyptian cook, and for today's live, I am going to be making an Egyptian style dish called Kebab Halla, which translates to pot kebab. So I'm making an Egyptian style pot kebab. Welcome everybody on TikTok and welcome everybody on YouTube. So yes, today I am making some lahma. This is the lahma that I'm going to be using for today's recipe video. So this one is a family favorite. It's an Egyptian style pot kebab. It's very simple to make with a few simple ingredients, primarily the lahma, a whole lot of onions. I got a giant bag right here. I'm not going to use all of these, but almost all of these. And I'm also going to be making some rice on the side, and we should be good to go. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started with recording this recipe video, because I'm also going to be recording on my other camera, which will be for the final cut of the recipe video, which I am planning to post to my social media page by tomorrow at the very latest. So without further ado, first thing that I need to do is record all of my voiceover audio for my step-by-step instructions for this recipe video. Here are my notes. Anything that is highlighted is my way of knowing that for those steps particularly or specifically, I'm going to adjust the camera up so that way the camera actually shows me as I'm saying whatever it is that I'm saying and doing whatever it is that it says to do. Anything that is not highlighted will be my voiceover audio, where I just overlay my voice on the camera shot will be angled down at whatever it is that I am doing in that moment. Anything above the solid black line is my way of showing myself that this is my outro and intro. And then as we go through the very last page, I just write out my ingredients in the order that I use them. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. I need to unbutton this top button as well. Let me turn on my camera. And we can get started. Picture should pop up on here. Oh, I need to turn on the power for the monitor. The display should appear over here any moment now. There we go. So this first step is fairly simple. I just go through and recite all of my lines that I will be using for my voiceover. Once again, it is anything below the solid line that is not highlighted, because highlighted means I will be saying said thing as I am doing whatever the action is for that step in the sequence of the recipe. So let's go ahead and get started here. Let's see, we got 137, all right. A little bit extra light won't hurt. Put on your imaginary gloves and slice the lahma into small. All right, let's try it again. I got tongue-tied. I was supposed to say small cubes, and I got tongue-tied on the word cubes. I don't know why. Let's try it again. And slice the lahma into small cubes. Trim off a little of this excess fat. I didn't say two. Let's try that one again. Take two for not saying two. Trim off a little of this excess fat too. Melt semna over medium-high heat. And add the cubed lahma. Then add in minced, minced, not mixed. Then add in minced garlic. Season it with ground coriander, ground nutmeg, sea salt, and black pepper. The second page has a whole lot of highlighted things for me to say when the time comes. A lot of it should be fun. Let's see that. No. The onions will release its juices, which will help cook the lahma. That's it for the second page. Everything else, camera's on me. Third page is the opposite. Semna goes in a pot over medium-high heat. Add in vermicelli and frequently mix it. After a few minutes of frying, what? Oh. After a few minutes of mixing. What? I keep on getting, I'm getting way too tongue-tied on my own words right now. This is not good. Where am I? After a few minutes of mixing it. After a few minutes of frequently mixing it, the vermicelli will brown. Now add rice and mix it. Let it sit for no more than 1 minute. Then add water. Once it reaches a boil, turn the heat to low. And put the lid on. Over time, the onions will reduce. I shouldn't have paused there. Why did I pause there? There was no comma there. I shouldn't have paused. Let's try this one again. Over time, the onions will reduce and form this delicious gravy, and the lahma will take on its flavor and become fork tender. I'm like literally making things up right now. I don't even know what's going on. All right, let's try this again. Over time, The onions will reduce and form this delicious gravy. And the lahma will take on its flavor and become fork tender. To plate this, start with the vermicelli rice. I don't like my tone of how I said that. I said all the right words, I just didn't like my tone. Let me redo that one. Start with the vermicelli rice. Still don't like my tone. Start with the vermicelli rice. I like that one better because I wasn't emphasizing the start, like the word start. That's what I kept on messing up on the first two takes that I did it. Now pile the kebab halla on top. No, let me try that one again. Now pile the kebab halla on top. Garnish it with fresh parsley. And add a side of Egyptian-style pickled lemons. No, I don't like how I wrote that. I'm going to say it differently. Originally I wrote and add a side of Egyptian-style pickled lemons. That doesn't, it's not flowing right now. I'm saying it out loud. A lot of times when I'm writing things in my computer, like I'll say it there as I'm sitting at my computer, but then when I'm over here, like in my zone, I'm saying it, it feels different, if that makes sense. So I just don't like on how I originally wrote this. And add Egyptian style pickled lemons on the side. I think I'm gonna flip how I said it. Oh, I need to get out of this. All right. And add Egyptian style pickled lemons on the side. Egyptian style kebab halla. All right, that wraps up all of my voiceover audio that I had to record. All that's left is, that's remaining on this page was just the ingredients that I write out. So all that's left for me to do now in terms of what I need to record for my actual like voice audio, I should say, is anything that is highlighted in yellow. But those lines will be recorded when it comes time, in real time, as it is whatever it is that I'm supposed to be doing. So like the first thing, for example, is where I say start this recipe with some lahma. That's going to be, well, off camera, I'm going to take the lahma out of this package. And I'm going to set it on the cutting board and then kind of like do like a lift up motion, or I guess you can call it, where I say start this recipe with some lahma. So let's go ahead and get this ready and get myself ready for these steps. Another thing that I need to do actually is tilt this vertically, like so. And then I need to swap my camera, or tilt my camera, I should say, as well. Let's see how we look. Kind of looks like tilted a little bit to the right, like slanted, I should say. I'm not trying to go skiing right now, so let's try to align this as best as I can. I think we're okay. Usually I'll just look at the top of the refrigerator and see whether or not it looks level or if it is slanted, and I just use the top of the monitor as my guide. I compare the two lines, essentially, is what I do. Another thing that I need to do before I can start recording this, because I do have to slice. I'm not actually going to show myself like in the final cut of the recipe video. There's two things I'm not going to show myself doing. One of which is dicing the onions, and the other thing is mincing the garlic. So I'm actually going to let me adjust this angle. Just going to tilt it down a little bit. I'm just going to get myself ready for this shot, for the first shot with the lahma. Alright, that should be okay. So this first shot will be ready. I'm just going to turn off my camera for now because it has a tendency to overheat, which is really annoying. So I'm going to put this back in here for now. I'm going to grab my other cutting board. And then in a moment here, I'm going to move you guys over here. Knife, move this out of the way. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go on a little trip. Right. I need to tilt this one a little bit, I think. I need to tilt this down a little bit. And then tilt YouTube down just a little bit. All right. Let me go just a little bit more. It's hard for me to see the screen right now because of my vision disability, but I'm doing the best I can to make sure that you guys can see everything that is happening, because for the remainder of this live, for the most part, I'm going to keep you guys over here as I'm cooking and preparing whatever foods. And then anytime I will walk out of the camera frame, it will be to adjust my other camera that will be recording for the actual final shot of the recipe video. Here, let me use this as a guide. All right, I can see this. Like, it looks like the jar is fully in view. So I hope you guys can see this onion too, as well. So this next part, it's just fairly simple. It's just dicing up a lot of onions and mincing garlic. So for when making kebab halla, It's advised that you use at least a 1-to-1 ratio of onions to lahma. So this piece right here is like a little bit more than 2 pounds. It's about 2 pounds. I'm just gonna say 2 pounds, just rounding to the next whole pound. So you want to use at least a 1-to-1 ratio of onions to lahma. So if that piece of lahma is 2 pounds, you want to use at least 2 pounds of onions. You can use more, like 2.5 or 3 pounds, but you at least want to match. You at least want to match the lahma. So the reason for that, so you dice the onions. It doesn't have to be super crazy fine, but you also don't want to go like crazy large. Just find like a good fineness for you to dice the onions. And what happens is, so the lahma requires about, for every pound, it's on average like 1 hour of cooking. So in this case, it's going to be 2 hours of total cook time roughly. And what will happen is the onions will release like all of its juices, or onion water, whatever you want to call it, onion juice, onion water. Both are interchangeable terms in this case. So it will release all, so the onions will release all of its juices. And at first, initially, like in the first 15-20 minutes of cooking, especially, it will look like you just created some sort of soup. But what happens is that over time, the lahma will absorb all of that flavor, and the onions will naturally reduce to form like an onion, or like an onion gravy. So the onions will go from like being this high in the pot to being and covering like all the lahma, to it will be the opposite. Like the lahma will be up here and the onions will completely reduce but form this like really delicious onion gravy. I'm going to grab a side plate. Now let's continue preparing these onions. I'm super excited for this dish. I hope you guys are too, because I am making lahma. Plus, it has been a couple weeks since I've posted a new recipe video. So for the past week now, like over a week now, I have been really sick, and today's really, well, like late last night, and today has been like the first day where like I actually feel better. I'm back at like 95% basically is what I'm at. So here I am giving you guys another video. All right, that's 2 onions. I think I'm going to do like about 5 for, I'm going to do at least 5 of these onions. These onions. I'm also going to be making an okay khalas comment about peeling onions, or not peeling onions, like how onions like make people cry. So I'm going to be making a fun comment as part of my okay khalas rebuttal to people. I've seen so many like kitchen hacks, I guess you can call it, to prevent yourself from crying while dicing onions. Honestly, I just go for it when it comes to dicing onions. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, then, you know, then it's a win. But I've seen people like say, oh, if you take like a wet towel and put it next to the cutting board, that will prevent it. I've seen others say if you put the onion like in the, was it in the refrigerator or the freezer for like 10-15 minutes before it comes time to slice it, that will prevent you from tearing up while slicing. I've seen others where like not to cut off the stem while you're slicing and dicing it. So I've seen so many different things. Honestly, just go for it. I don't know why, like peeling this onion just has me so incredibly focused. It's kind of weird. But I got it. All right, I'm going to do these last two ones, and then we can dice all these onions up. This recipe does call for a lot of onions. I actually wrote like in my packet when that time comes. So my plan is I'm going to dice all these onions like off camera, like off of my recording camera for like the final cut. But my plan is once I have all these onions diced up, one of my lines that I wrote in, I essentially say something along the lines of that this recipe calls for like a mountain of diced onions. So hopefully these onions can form a mountain. So we'll see how it goes. All right, last onion to peel. I'm going to clear off the cutting board and we can start dicing. And just to give you guys an update, so today, actually right before I got onto this live, I was a little behind on it, but I updated my taro root recipe video to my website. Many of you had sent me a DM asking about it because I had posted the recipe video for it about a month ago, I want to say, but I never got the chance to update it to my website until today. So for those of you who were looking for it on my website, it is now currently updated there, theegyptiancook.com. It is linked in my bio. I will be right back. I'm just going to get rid of all of these onion peels. So my cutting board has the tendency to slide on my countertop. It's a wood cutting board. So a kitchen hack for that. That works for the most part. Not like, it's not 100% efficient, but it gets the job done. Just take a piece of paper towel, make it a little bit wet. I'm not sure if you guys can see that I made it a little bit wet. And just put it on the counter, wherever your cutting board will be. Put the cutting board on top, and it still slides, but it's not as, it gives it a little bit better grip onto the cutting board. You could also use like a hand towel as well. I usually just use paper towel. So let's go ahead and start dicing these onions. You don't want the pieces to be too large. You can go as fine as you want to be. It doesn't have to be incredibly fine because it will reduce. So like this piece, by the time it's done cooking, it's going to be less than half the size. Actually, what I'm going to do, because this cutting board is going to get really crowded really quick, I'm going to just put it right in front like that. I won't need this anymore because my other cutting board has like these rubber legs, whatever, on the bottom. So far, so good. I am not tearing up from the onions. We're gonna have a mountain of onions. 2 down, 4 more to go. I think that's the onion that's gonna make me tear up now. It is what it is. Three down, 3 more to go. Yep, it was that third one. That third one got me. Two more to go. Oops. I didn't mean to slice that off like that, but it is what it is. Down to the last onion. This one's just kind of shaped like a pear. In a way, like a short pear. Be right back. All right, I am back. right, that is all of the onions. Now I just need to make that mountain onto this one cutting board and clean up my mess. All right, put this to the side. I'll come back to this in just a moment. I want this to look as high as I can possibly. Oops. Oh my goodness. This is yeah. Whatever. It is what it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there is your mountain of diced onions. Oops. I set it down too hard so it fell over on the counter. Whatever. Some of, not all of it, like some of the onions did. It is what it is. A few pieces fell on the floor, just picking those up. And then we can resume to the garlic. I'm going to prepare the garlic, get that minced and out of the way as well, so that way it is ready. Then after the garlic, we can move on to the lahma. Take two. I'm going to use about probably like 6 cloves of garlic based on the size. this is all peel. All right, I got 4 done. I'm gonna do 2 more. Barely even begun cooking and my stomach is growling like crazy right now. All right, all the garlic is peeled. Let me get rid of all of this. Be right back again. All right, ladies and gentlemen. This can go to the side. Kitchen hack for any time you're slicing or mincing fresh garlic to prevent it from sticking to both your fingers, and especially, here, let me get this stuff off. To prevent the, I'm gonna rinse off my knife as well too, but to prevent the garlic from sticking to your fingers and to the blade, a kitchen hack that actually works, just run a little bit of water on your fingertips and also on the blade. So I'm actually going to go rinse this off because as you can see on this side, especially some of the like onion membrane, I think is what it's called, is stuck to the knife. So I'll be right back. All right, so after I washed or cleaned the knife, I just turned the water back on and just ran it on both sides to make it wet. And based on the amount of garlic that you are preparing, you may have to reapply more water to it. So as you can see, some of the garlic is on the blade, but with a simple finger stroke, it all comes right off and there's none stuck to your finger. But the more, like I said a couple seconds ago, the more garlic, based on the amount of garlic you handle, you may have to apply a little bit more water to the knife as you go. So garlic on the blade. And you'll be able to feel like it's starting, like I can feel it's actually starting to get, sticky on my fingers, and there's a few pieces that are still on there. So I'm going to go apply more water and be right back. All right, I'm gonna go run my fingers and the blade under some water again. And now I'm going to go through this garlic to get it a little bit finer. So unlike the onions, when making kebab halla, the garlic does not reduce to the significant amount as the onions will. So that's why when mincing the garlic, you do want to go finer. I'm going to go run my fingers and the blade along the, under some water, and I'll be right back. All right, the garlic is looking good. Let me wipe off the blade. Just pushing it all into a line so that way when it comes time for me to scoop it, I'm going to push it all on the blade and then push it in or slide it in with my finger as I usually do. me go wash my hands. Be right back. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All right, ladies and gentlemen. There's the giant mountain of onions that were just diced. And here is a line of garlic. No funny business, all right? Okay, just because I said a line of garlic doesn't mean, you know, you're gonna do what I think you're thinking about doing. All right, move this to the side. Looks like TikTok wants me to do that puzzle, annoying nonsense. Oh my goodness, no, I got it wrong. Oh my goodness. No. 1 second. I'm gonna have to move you guys closer so I can actually see this. Puzzle, slide it. Okay, I got it that time. Three's a charm, I guess they say. Oops. Oops again. I'm like crashing into everything possible. I hope you guys can see me okay and see everything okay. Put this here as a test. We should be okay, I hope. All right, now I can move. I'm gonna just set these to the side. So that's the garlic and my mountain of onions. And then need my other cutting board. Now I can turn on my other camera. Here's the lahma. Let's get this out of the package. And onto the cutting board. All right, this can go in the garbage. This plate can go in the dishwasher. I'm going to wash my hands as well. All right. Now this is an actual recording line where I speak as well as I'm showing the lahma. And this is where I'm going to say, start this recipe with some lahma as I'm showing lahma. So as you can see right over there, first bullet point highlighted in yellow. So it's my way of knowing to put the camera on me, like my recording camera, the ones that you guys can't see any longer in frame. I'm simply going to like to do like a little lift up motion like this. And I'm going to say, start this recipe with some lahma. Here's my remote. Let's go ahead and record this shot. Start this recipe with some lahma. So anytime I do any of these types of shots, I always review it to make sure that everything is in focus and all that good stuff. And of course, whatever it is that I just said is fine too. Start this recipe with some lahma. Nope. Let's try it again. Start this recipe with some lahma. Let's see how we look. Start this recipe with some lahma. Start this recipe with some lahma. I don't like the angle that I'm holding the cutting board at. So like when it's it feels okay. Like it feels okay to me, but like when I'm looking at it, I don't like it's still too level. Like I need to tilt it down more so people can see more of the lahma. I'm okay with what I'm saying. It's just the presentation I don't like. That's what I need to do differently. I need to angle it. Start this recipe with some lahma. Oh my goodness. All right, what is this? Take 4 or take? Yeah, I think this is either take 3 or take 4. I think it's take 4. I need to keep it tilted down more. All right. Start this recipe with some lahma. This one should be okay, I hope. Let's see. Start this recipe with some lahma. I think it will be okay. All right, so this next part, I already recorded my voiceover audio. That's where I say, put on your imaginary gloves and slice the lahma into small cubes. So cutting board, I'm actually going to turn this way because I also say after that to trim off some of this excess fat as well. So I want this side to show on the camera. So I'm going to tilt this like this. And then this is going to come down. Let me actually go behind and adjust the camera that way instead. And then I will be back in focus in just a moment here, ladies and gentlemen. Please and thank you. Still tilt it a little bit more down. All right. Adjust the zoom just a little bit. Be right back. Put on your imaginary gloves and slice the lahma into small cubes. All right, so like for the part where I'm saying put on your imaginary gloves, I'll show me doing the I'll show myself like very fast. Not like when it comes to me to comes time for me to edit, I'll do the vertical slices as I'm saying that. And then when the part where I say into small cubes, that's where I'll actually be holding one of the pieces like closer up in focus to the camera. So let's go ahead and start slicing. This cutting board is already crowded, so I'm just gonna have to improvise. Oops, I thought I got that piece, but I guess not. I need to find myself a more appropriate and much larger cutting board for lahma. If you folks have any suggestions, send me a DM with your recommendation. Please and thank you. I think I'm going to cut out the part. I already recorded the line where I said I'm going to cut some of this excess fat too. I'm going to opt out of including that in the video. It's not as bad. So you're just going for cubes. That's all that's happening right now. Got like three more strips to cut, or to cube, I should say. And then we can start cooking. And the final piece. Let me better arrange this on the cutting board and then find a piece for me to hold. I'll go with this one right here. Just put that in the corner. I'm going to wash the knife. Be right back. And I'm also going to wash my hands. All right, for this next shot, I'm going to take that piece that I set off to the side. I'm just going to hold it close up to my camera so that it is in focus. Let me try that one again. That should be okay. I'm going to wash my fingers / hands. I have another recording line to do. This is where I say, now let's caramelize the lahma. But in this shot, so let me move this to the side, actually, so I can get myself set up. I need to go behind you guys. This is where the countertop stove is. So I actually need to get this shot ready. I need to adjust my camera as well so that it is on me. So let's go ahead and tilt that up. Don't need the lid for now. I will need it later though. So just setting that to the side. I need to adjust the camera angle. I have it way too high. Holy crap. I don't know what I was thinking there. Whatever, it is what it is. It could be worse. I actually need to pull it back. So 1 second, I'll be right back. All right. Need to make one more adjustment, then we can take the shot. We can record the line and then take the shot. All right, so this, I simply say, now let's caramelize the lahma. It should be simple as what? Now let's caramelize the lahma. 5 simple words, 6 if you count the contraction that's in there. I'm also going to, do my little pan flip that I like to do as I'm saying it. So hopefully I can get it all in the first shot. Now let's caramelize the lahma. The reason why I didn't go all the way down is because in my next shot, I adjust the camera angle down to where you can see just the pot, and it just shows that downward motion until it lands on the stove top. So let's see how this looks. Now let's caramelize the lahma. Let me watch that again. Oops, no, what just happened? That one will do. Now I need to adjust the camera angle down. So I actually need to completely lower my camera because this is also going to be the part where I show the flame as well, like the flame igniting. So let me push this a little bit forward. Let me adjust this. All right, I think this should be okay. Okay, that's the first shot of the close-up of the pan just going down onto the stove. And then this next shot is just simply me igniting the flame. All right, so I got the shot that I needed. Now I need to adjust my camera again. So that way it focuses on the inside of the pot, of the pan. Okay. At this point, I'm going to need my spoon for mixing. Just doing like a little test run to make sure it all looks okay from how I have it angled in the zoom and everything. And then I can go ahead and get started. Samna, medium high heat, and add the cubed lahma. Okay. So this right here in this jar is samna, which is Arabic for clarified butter. You could also, samna also is in reference to ghee. It's interchangeable between the two types of butter, clarified butter and ghee. So this I actually made myself a little over a month ago. And the video of how to make clarified butter is on my page. If you have not watched it and want to learn how to make it, definitely check it out on my page. You'll see on the thumbnail is this jar, and the title at the top, it says clarified butter. So I'm going to grab a spoon, like a smaller spoon. And I'm also going to grab the lahma. How can I do this? Move this towel out of the way. All right. Need to turn the flame back on. Should be okay like that. All right. Next shot. Here we go. That didn't work. Let's try that again. Let's try it again. Oh my goodness. All right. This is so bad. Let's delete that one. I'm eliminating all the evidence that this ever happened, okay? So delete that one too. All right, let's try this again. So this is take 1.3, okay? Not take 3. This is take 1.3. All right, just let it sit on there and we should be okay. Let's try this again. Get the rest of it off the spoon. Now let's add the lahma. I'm all set with the semna, so I can actually put this away. And I actually need the minced garlic next. So I'm just going to push the minced garlic onto the blade. Before I did that, I just ran some water along the blade to make it easy for me when I go to slide all the garlic off the blade. It should all just come right off in one swipe. So in one swipe, blade is clean because of the water trick. Now, so let me get the rest of it off this cutting board that I was not able to get onto the blade. All set with this cutting board. I need to grab another towel. I'll be right back. All right. Now for this next part, this is where I add the all the seasonings. So I need to grab a little bowl thing. And the salt and pepper as well. First up is the ground coriander. First up, ground coriander. Up next is ground nutmeg. Then we got sea salt. And the final seasoning is black pepper. So I do have a recording line coming up, and I do need to adjust the camera up. But first, I'm going to do a quick shot of me mixing it like this, and then I'll stop recording, adjust my camera up, and then I'll record my line. Okay, that's good for now. Now I need to adjust my camera. So I'm temporarily out of the live frames. That way I could adjust what I need for this, and I will be right back in frame. Let's see how we look. Pull this a little bit closer to me. Oh, nutmeg is haram. Okay, khalas, if you drink too much water, you will die from water intoxication. So the reason why I said that, so a lot of people, anytime I use ground nutmeg, a lot of people will be in my comment section and say that nutmeg is haram. Because if you ingest nutmeg in like very large quantities, you can become intoxicated from it. So the argument is made that it is considered haram. So against the religion of Islam and their beliefs. But anything in too much quantity can cause a person to become intoxicated. So a lot of the scholars will have this debate to this day. You can search it online. That some will say that it is haram and others will say it is not haram. So let's review. I'm gonna try it again. Oh, nutmeg is haram. Okay, khalas, if you drink too much water, you can die from water intoxication. That one's a winner. Set this to the side, and now I'm on the next page, which is pretty much all recording lines that I need to do. This is where I say once the lahma has caramelized. So let me give it a little bit more. Okay. I'm going to point first, then do like a little like open hand motion over it instead of first I had it like open hand motion, then point. And I was kind of just whispering my lines like once the lahma has caramelized. Then I need to bring this mountain of onions by me again. Oops, no, don't fall any of them over. That's not even that's not That sentence doesn't make sense. Don't fall any of them over. I think I'm just making stuff up at this point. Whatever, it is what it is. Once the lahma has caramelized, you will need a mountain of diced onions. So I'm gonna do it as two different shots. All right. Here's the first shot. Once the lahma has caramelized, let's review it, make sure we're good. Once the lahma has caramelized. Nope. Let me try this again. Once the lahma has caramelized, let's review it. This one should be good. I hope. Once the lahma has caramelized, you should be okay. You will need a mountain of diced onions. Okay. You will need a mountain of diced onions. Let's see if that was all in focus. I hope it was. What? You will need a mountain of diced onions. You will need a mountain of diced onions. Nope. Let me try this again. You will need a mountain of diced onions. Let's see how that looks. You will need a mountain of diced onions. I like this one better. All right. Now I need to put these all in here without making a mess. Oh man, this is all right. Game face is on, people. We can do this. Okay, hopefully that was all in focus because it's not like I can take the onions out and do that shot all over again. So we're just going to have to go with what was recorded. So I'm not even going to review it. It's just going to be a surprise for everybody when the final cut posts to my social media pages, I should say. Tomorrow, if not tomorrow, then Friday at the very latest. No casualties, no soldiers left behind. All right. Now I'm going to move this cutting board out of my way. I have another recording line. Make sure there's no onions anywhere. All right, my next recording line. If the lahma is not buried in the diced onions, you did not use enough. So that's my next recording line as I'm attempting to mix all this. If the lahma is not buried in diced onions, you did not use enough. If the lahma is not buried in diced onions, you did not use enough. So this is where it gets really, really, really tricky. I'm going to try this shot again. And then when it comes time for me to edit, then I will just choose whichever one I'm going to use. If the lahma is not buried in diced onions, you did not use enough. If the lahma is not buried in diced onions, you did not use enough. Then you did not use enough. I'm gonna bring the towel over by me. All right, let's try this again. Let me clean off the sides to try and avoid any spillage. Oops, as I'm causing the spillage from trying to clean up the spillage as I'm touching the pot with my finger. Whatever. It'll be okay. If the lahma is not buried in the onions, then you did not use enough. If the lahma is not buried in the onions, then you did not use enough. I think that one was okay. Let's see how it looks. I hope so. I hope it's good. No. Let's try it again. 4 is a charm. That's a saying, I think. Oh my goodness. If the lahma is not buried in the onions, then you did not use enough. Nope, I already know I'm not going to like that one. I need to clean up the rim here of the pot. Okay, let's try this one last time. 5 is a charm. If the lahma is not buried in the onions, then you did not use enough. I'm going to do one. I think that one was okay, but I'm going to do one more for good measure. If the lahma is not buried in the onions, then you did not use enough. Okay. I think that one will be okay. Either number 5 or 6 will be okay. Now I'm just pushing down as best as I can. Knock off the spoon. Because for my next line, this is where I say it should be at least a 1-to-1 onion to lahma ratio. It should be at least a 1-to-1 onion to lahma ratio. I stumbled a little bit when I went to say to lahma, like that phrase. I don't know why, so I'm going to re-record it. It should be at least a 1-to-1 onion to lahma ratio. All right, that one should be okay. Let's review that one. Excuse me. It should be at least a 1-to-1 onion to lahma ratio. It should be at least a 1-to-1 If you haven't noticed by now, I'm just laughing at myself because of my expression. It is what it is. Oh, oh, but slicing this money. Oh, but slicing this money. Oh, but dicing this many onions will make me cry. Okay, خلاص. Think happy thoughts then. Let's see how this one looks. Got it. Very good. All right. Now what's next? Once the lahma and the onions are mixed, put the lid on. Once the lahma. Once the lahma and onions are mixed, put the lid on. So I need to bring the lid over here. I can move this knife out of the way. I don't need it. I don't think I need it anymore. I need to adjust my camera angle down. All right, let's see how we look for this next part. Needs to go lower. Let's see how we look. And I need to zoom in just a little teeny tiny bit. I need to adjust the camera back up to me. So just one moment as I make the necessary adjustment, please, and thank you. All right, that is way too low for the camera angle, so I just need to tilt it up a little bit. Let's see how we look. All right, I already said put the lid on as my voiceover, but then this last part I say, and keep this at a medium simmer. I'm going to adjust it one more time. It's still a little bit too low. And keep this at a medium simmer. And And keep this at a medium simmer. Let's see how we look. I have another recording line. For every 1 pound of lahma, it is approximately 1 hour of cooking. For every 1 pound of lahma, it requires approximately 1 hour of. For every 1 pound of lahma, it requires approximately. For every 1 pound of lahma, for every 1 pound of lahma, for every 1 pound of lahma, it requires approximately 1 hour of cooking. I don't know, like. Oh my goodness, I laughed. I was laughing. I didn't even see the part where I actually got it right. I'm gonna keep that because that's a good blooper, but I'm gonna record it again. For every 1 pound of lahma, it requires approximately 1 hour of cooking. That one was a little bit more dramatic. I think that one will be the winner. For every 1 pound of lahma, it requires approximately 1 hour of cooking. Yep, more dramatic. Okay. It is important to mix it every 15 minutes. I'm going to adjust the camera angle down. I'm going to adjust the zoom for this next shot. Okay, set this to the side momentarily. All right, so I just gave it a mix. So like I said earlier, so when this cooks, you want the lahma essentially to be buried in the onions. And what will happen is the onions will release all of its juices. The lahma will cook in it. The onions will, over time, reduce from being essentially, burying the lahma to it will reduce significantly as it cooks, and the lahma will take on all of that flavor, and you'll be left with this like really rich, kind of like an onion gravy like result at the end with the lahma in it, and it is out of this world, absolutely delicious. So I'm going to grab the lid, put it back on. Okay. That's important. I forgot to take a shot where I point at the juices. Now I can put the lid back on. I don't need to record that shot again. All right, so that's all good. I need to adjust the camera angle to show the flame turning down, just to be on the safe side of having it when it comes to editing. It's simply because of what I said in the voiceover recording, where I said in like putting the lid on and blah 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 and all that nonsense, to keep this at a medium simmer. So let me turn the heat down. All right, so that's that. All right, I have another recording line where I say while the lahma cooks, let's prepare the ruz. So currently it is 8:42. It's been about 20-30 minutes roughly of me trying to get all my shots of everything, and like in terms of like the cook time that's already been down, and we need about 2 hours. So it's currently 8:42. I basically started this at like 8:20. Actually, I can tell you the exact time if I look at this when I put in the onions. It is time stamped. It takes about approximately 2 hours of cook time. So let's see the timestamp for when I put the onions in. There we go. 8:04. Oh my goodness, holy crap. Yeah, so it's been it's been basically 40 minutes. So basically like 10 o'clock is when this should be done. So we need to adjust the camera angle up so it's on me for my next lines. Just bear with me as I increase the height of the camera and adjust the angle and zoom. see how we look. Then we can go from there. Too low. Need to tilt it slightly up. Okay. So this is where I say, while the lahma cooks, let's prepare the ruz. Ruz is Arabic for rice. While the lahma cooks, nope. Let's try that again. While the lahma cooks, let's see how we look. Okay, so this, I'm actually going to move this behind me to my actual stove and let this cook there. So it is currently behind me because we are about to start working on the ruz. So I need to temporarily move this out of the way. Oh, we had an onion that can go in the pot with the rest. Let's prepare the ruz. Let's prepare the ruz. It needs to, like, let's see how that looked. I was kind of dramatic. I like paused. Then I just, let's see how it looked. Oh my goodness. I don't understand what my problem is. Whatever. Let's try it again. All right. Serious faces, people, like, can't be laughing so much. Like, we gotta take our job seriously, okay? So, like, serious face. No more laughing from here on out, okay? No more. What am I supposed to say here? Let's prepare the ruz. All right. Let's prepare the ruz. That one was okay. Let me try it again. Should I do it one-handed? Nah. Let me review that one last time, and then we'll go from there. It'll be okay. Whatever. It is what it is. I'm going with it. So I need this pot again. Or not pot. Countertop stove. And I need not this tiny one, but this one instead. This one can go back in there. Oh, I also need to record this line. It is important to mix the lahma every 15 minutes. So let me adjust my camera up. It is important to mix the lahma every 15 minutes. All right, so that should be okay. Set the lid to the side. Okay. Oh, I actually wasn't done with the samna. I forgot about the ruz from earlier. So I need to adjust the camera angle down. I also need to grab the vermicelli. I did not grab that out of the pantry before I started. So let me make sure camera angle is good. Okay. I'm actually going to put the camera up here like this, so it's a little bit closer. Be right back. I have to grab the vermicelli out of the pantry. A little bit more can go in there. It won't hurt anyone. It's basically 1 cup, you know, a generous 1 cup of vermicelli. The rest of this can go in this jar. to the side. I need a spoon for the samna. Once again, for those of you who do not know, samna is Arabic. It's interchangeable for two things: clarified butter or also ghee. So this is actually homemade clarified butter. I do have a video of how to make this at home that I posted to my page approximately a month ago, like a little bit more than a month ago. So definitely check it out. On the thumbnail, you will see this jar, and the title says clarified butter. So definitely watch that video if you do not know how to make clarified butter, or if you just want to see what I did in order to make this. Okay, I'm going to scoop what I need and then break it off the spoon, because earlier when I went to do this for the lahma, I kept on whipping the spoon and nothing was happening. Then I had to delete all the evidence. I'm already struggle boating with this. All right, that should be okay. Turn on the flame. All right. Set this to the side for now, because where am I? No, I already set that line. I need to go to the next page. Samna goes in a pot over medium. Let's try this again. Keeps on sticking to the spoon. I don't want it to stick to the spoon. I want it to whip like right off of the spoon. I didn't take it out of the fridge like early enough. You can also like store this at room temperature, but I haven't done that for like the past couple of weeks because I have been sick. So I put it in the refrigerator. You know what? Here's what I'll do. I don't need this much though. Oh my goodness. Why am I struggle boating so much? All right. All right, this better whip off. All right. We got this. I need to turn the flame back on. That's not the remote. This is the remote. All right. Just pushing all the excess off the spoon. And then I'm going to rinse off my fingers. I'll be right back. The lid can go back on the sunna. Turn the heat back on. All right, so the vermicelli is mixed in. Then after that, that's where I say after a few minutes, mixing the vermicelli, it will brown. So I already recorded that voiceover audio. So now we just have to frequently mix it because the vermicelli does brown very quickly. And I will be right back. I'm going to go give the lahma a mix as well while we're at it. So here is an update of how it looks. Here you go, TikTok, and here you go, YouTube. We are about halfway through the process for the lahma. The onions have significantly reduced. I would say they reduced about halfway. And you can see more and more of the lahma right now than what it was before. Let me give this a quick mix. Let me put the lid back on for the lahma. I'll circle back to the lahma in just a moment. It's just the vermicelli is very time sensitive. It has nearly already browned. So let me record. Now I mix in the ruz. Browns, where am I? Come on, camera, focus. So that shake that I just did will help level off the rice in the pot. And then I'm just pushing off the sides for any pieces that are up high on the side. All right. Need to grab the water. Right. That should be good for the water. Going to move the camera back now. Going to adjust the camera angle to get myself ready for the next shot. So just bear with me, please, as I get this next shot ready. The next shot is essentially going to be showing, that's where I say once this reaches a boil. So I just need to simply show that this has reached a boil. So I need to adjust the camera angle just a little bit more, just a few minor adjustments. Still need to lower it, still too high. Still too high. We are almost there, ladies and gentlemen. I hope. All right, that should be okay. The lid. Just putting the lid on for now. I'm going to turn off this camera for now because we have been going for a while and I do not want it to overheat. So let me actually bring the lahma back over here so you guys can see how much the onions have reduced. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm just going to set this here for now. I'm actually going to trade places. So the rose is going on my other stove. And the lahma's over here. So let me give it a mix. So the onion level has significantly reduced, like significantly reduced. It was nearly at the rim of the pot when we first put it in, when the onions were still raw. Alright, so let me turn off the flame for now, just to be safe, since I'm going to hold this closer to you guys. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do things a little bit differently here. I'm going to bring you guys up here. And I'm going to tilt it down like so. And then tilt down like so. 1 second as I get YouTube adjusted as well. All right. me turn the flame back on. I don't have to worry about leaning forward. So as you can see, the onions were about like almost nearly to the silver rim here at the top when we first put them in. The lahma level has not changed at all. That's how it's been from the beginning. And as you can see, the onions have released a lot of its juices or onion water, whatever you want to call it, and it will significantly reduce. So once this is ready in about an hour, all of this water that you see essentially will thicken and form that onion gravy. And even like when I scoop this up, you can see the onions, like the onions are essentially dissolving, they're reducing or dissolving, however technical you want to be or whatever terminology you want to use. So you just let it cook. Let it all cook. And every 15 minutes is when you want to give it a nice mix to keep it all rotated. You know, for any of the onions that are at the top right now, as it reduces it, like what's at the bottom that you cannot currently see, that is what will reduce. So it is important to keep it mixed, that the lahma is evenly cooked all throughout. So once you finish mixing it, just push down the sides to clean up the sides. Then we put the lid back on and we just let it cook. So I'm actually going to turn this off because I'm going to move this out of the way back to its position back here on my regular stove. I'm going to bring the ruz back over here. Turn the flame back on. We want this to reach a boil. I'm actually going to move you back to your position, but I need to adjust this so that way we don't go sliding all over the place. All right. Let me adjust this one. All right, I hope everybody can see me okay. Let me turn this camera back on so I can record the shot. All right, so for this next part, I already recorded my line where I said once it reaches a boil, turn the heat to low and put the lid on. I need to adjust the camera angle. second, please. Just a moment. All right. Need to adjust the angle again. Oops. All right, let's see how we look. All right. All right. I need to adjust the camera angle again because I have to record a line where I say, let it cook for about 40 minutes. Yeah, I definitely need to adjust the camera angle. Bear with me, please, as I get this properly situated. Adjust it one more time, and we should be good to go to record this next shot. Let this cook for about 40 minutes. That should be an easy one for me to record. Let this cook for about 40 minutes. Let's see how we look, and then we can move forward. Let this cook for about 40 minutes. I think we're okay. All right, so I'm actually going to turn this off over here on this countertop stove, and I'm going to move this over to the actual stove. And let it cook there. All right. So this. So I'm going to get myself ready for the next shot. I still have time. I still have plenty of time, actually. Because my next shot is where I say, now back to the lahma, which I originally had it as a highlighted shot, but I think I'm going to change it to a voiceover. So I'm going to record the voiceover for it right now. Now back to the lahma. I slurred to the. Let me re-record that. Now back to the lahma. Now back to the lahma. Now back to the lahma. That one should be okay. So now I need to adjust. I'm just going to get my camera ready for that shot. And while I'm at it, so I have to bring the lahma over here. I need to adjust the angle down. Oops, that needs to go. Actually, I'm going to do, let me raise this up and then tilt it down like that. Let's see how this is going to look when the time comes. Let's remove the lid, do a test. Oops, too much water. All right, this should be a good angle. Oh, let me do a mix. I'll add it. So every time you go to mix it, like every that approximately 15-minute mark, the onion level and the water level should reduce. So the onion should be more and more dissolved, and there should be less and less water with every time that you mix it. That is a good sign. That means you are making progress and almost at the finish line. All right, let me turn off the flame because I'm about to lean forward and give you guys, actually, here, let me turn the flame back on. I'm going to do what I did earlier. Just going to bring you guys up here. It's a lot easier that way, and you guys can see it better. And I'm just going to tilt you down like so. And then I'm going to, oops, tilt you down like so. So here's how it currently looks right now as we speak. We're a little over an hour into cooking. This is going to require approximately 2 hours of total cook time. So the earliest this will be done by is 10 p.m. because it takes about 1 hour for every pound of lahma that you have cooked. But we are definitely at, or we are definitely past the, or at least at the halfway point of cook time. So as you can see, all this liquid right here is essentially a mixture of the samna, aka the clarified butter. Samna is Arabic for clarified butter. It's also interchangeable for ghee as well, but in this case it's clarified butter. This is I made this about a month ago. The video is on my page if you want to learn how to make it. But this liquid is a mixture of a little bit of samna with the juices from the lahma, and then, but a good majority of it is the onion juices that released while cooking. These onions were diced, and as you can see, let me get a scoop without any lahma in the spoon. As you can see, the onions have essentially really reduced. These were originally diced, not finely diced, just roughly diced. And they have already significantly reduced in the past hour of cooking. 8:04 p.m. actually was the exact time that I put the onions in according to the timestamp on my camera. So we have a good mix. Make sure there's nothing on the sides. And we can put the lid, where did I put it? Over here, back on. Lid is back on. Right now it is currently 9:24. So minimum 30 minutes. 35, well 36 if you want to be technical and mathematical. Minimum of 36 more minutes until the earliest that this will be ready. So let me go ahead and make the adjustment for the camera again. So everybody is back up. Oops. All right. So while we're waiting for this part, let me go ahead and get the kitchen cleaned up. It's actually shockingly not like crazy bad as it usually is. Usually my kitchen is a disaster anytime I'm cooking, especially like when I go live or when I'm working on my recipe videos or all of the above. Even when I don't go live, it's still, I can make air fried chicken and it will be a disaster in here. So let me go ahead. I can put the semna away this time. Actually, I can actually leave this out. So clarified butter, when you make it, you can leave it out because essentially you do extract all of the milk solids and the water from a regular stick of butter. So that what you're left with is the clarified butter. So I'm actually going to leave this out so that way next time I cook with this, which will be soon, I do not run into that same issue of constantly whipping the spoon to try and get it off, to get the semna to come off of the spoon, because it took multiple takes of me whipping the spoon and trying to get it off. So I'm actually going to leave this out on the counter here by my salt and pepper. So that's that. The countertop stove can stay right here. These things can go in the dishwasher. Oh, I do have some parsley that I also need to prepare. And I also need to prepare the pickled lemons. So these are homemade pickled lemons. I made them about a month ago, I want to say, is when I posted the video. So it actually, this was a 2-week process for me to make these, for like the pickling process, I should say. If you have not checked out that video, definitely check it out. It is on my page. You will see me holding one of these whole lemons, like sliced in half, and the thumbnail title says pickled lemons. So if you have not watched it, definitely give it a watch. This is unlike anything that you've seen before. On TikTok, this video got over 1.5 million views within the first few days. So thank you to everybody on TikTok for making that happen. On YouTube, this video got like a few thousand views in the first couple days. So also thank you to everybody on YouTube. But I'm still waiting for, I've yet to have a viral video happen on YouTube. I was hoping that this would perform as well as it did on TikTok. But even on Instagram, it got like about like 20,000, 30,000 some views. So it was kind of strange, like with how like it performed so well on TikTok, but not everywhere else. But I also need to prepare these as well. So this can stay over here. Give me one moment. Actually, I'll just set this in the sink for now. Giant bag of rice can go away. All right. So I'm actually going to bring you guys over here. Let's go on a little trip. Let's clean up some of these dishes because I need the knife and I also need the cutting board as well. This one I cleaned earlier, so it can be put away. This one can be cleaned. So get myself ready over here. Oops. This stuff can go in the dishwasher. All right, let's give the lahma a mix. Set the lid over here for now. Lahma is looking good, and it is smelling really good as well. Let's check on the ruz. See if it needs more water. Oh, we should be good with the water level. I'm going to bring you back over here. Move these to the side. Just clearing the counter space, and I'm going to reposition everybody that is currently in the live. All right. Welcome back. Some parsley. I'm not going to chop all of this, just need a little bit of it, not too much. Just for garnish, that's all it's for. All right, parsley is good to go. Just going to slide this a little bit closer to you guys. Let's wash my hands. I'm going to give the ruz a nice mix. So let me bring it over here. By you guys, because it is currently 9:39. So it's been about roughly 20 minutes. 20, 25 minutes. This is essentially to fluff it up. You don't want to mix it like too violently because it can cause the rice to mash up. You don't want that to happen. Just gentle mix. And back on the stove it goes. Now onto pickled lemons. All right, so just going to prepare one. So I made these about a month ago. So as you can see, the lemon is still whole. So there you go, TikTok, lemon is still whole. There you go, YouTube, the lemon is still whole. So if you haven't watched the video, definitely watch it. It is on my page. It's titled Pickled Lemons because that's what this is. It's a lengthy process. It takes about 2 weeks to prepare. So essentially you boil the lemons for about like 15 to 20 minutes, like as they're still whole. You boil them and then you drain the water and then you just let them soak in water for about at least 1 week, a minimum of 1 week. And each day you want to dump out the water and then replace it with fresh water. And what this process does is it helps reduce that bitter taste that you get from the, what's it called, the lemon pith, like the white part of the lemon, because that's where like all that bitterness, that bitter taste comes from any type of citrusy fruit like lemons, limes, and oranges. So soaking it in the water and replacing that water each day helps reduce that bitter taste. And then after at least a week of soaking, that is when you prepare the pickle brine. So in this case, I just used white vinegar. I used a 2-to-1 ratio of white vinegar to water. And then the seasonings I used, sea salt, black pepper. I used whole black peppercorns, as you can see them in the jar. And then just a little bit of sugar. And then did I add anything else? I think that's it. Yeah, salt, vinegar, water, salt, sugar, and the black pepper. So this, because these lemons are whole, before you serve them, you just want to make sure that there's no seeds. These all look good to me so far. Not this one. There's a seed. There's another seed. There's third seed. there's a seed. All right. Going to slice this one. Rinse off my fingers. All right, that's all good. All right, I'm just gonna leave these here for now. These can go back in the refrigerator. Slide this to the side so it's not in the camera view. This can go to the side as well. These are my notes. Just go right there for now. Like that. What am I doing? Whatever. All right, this can come back over here. All right, I'm going to bring the lahma over here for everyone to see again. All right, let's go for a mini trip, ladies and gentlemen. Let's tilt you. Oops. We can loosen this up. Hold on, sorry, TikTok. There we go. And YouTube. Let's get you going. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Let me just set this lid to the side. Be right back. Once again, give it a nice mix. And as you can see, the onions keep on reducing with every time that we mix this. Same as the water level. The water actually keeps on thickening. A lot of it, because as you can see, all the steam keeps on evaporating. So by consequence, it causes it to thicken and to form that gravy-like texture or result in the end. So let me try and get a scoop without any lahma in it, just so you could better see. So this was diced onions. This was diced onions, and as you can see, it has all nearly dissolved. When I originally diced these onions, I did not dice it this fine. This is just by consequence of the cooking process. It's been cooking for about an hour and 40 minutes now. So the onions will reduce. Will the flame turn off as it did? All right, there we go. So I originally roughly diced these, but like I said, they've been cooking for about an hour and 40 minutes, an hour and 45 minutes now, roughly, approximately. And over time, the onions, they initially release all of the onion juices, and they sit there and they cook, and they essentially dissolve like in its own flavor. And this is essentially what you're left with when it comes to the onions. And as it is cooking, as all of this is happening, the lahma is essentially, it was initially buried completely buried with the onions. But now, as you can see, the lahma level is much higher than the onions. And as all this is happening, the lahma is taking on all that flavor. And this is going to end up being so incredibly delicious. If you have not tried this, I highly recommend you do. This is really easy to make. The only like quote unquote challenge that comes with making kebab halla, aka pot kebab in English, is it takes time. It's approximately 1 hour of cook time for every pound of lahma that you have. In this case, this was like a little, like slightly over 2 pounds of lahma. So we need a minimum of 2 hours for this to cook. And the 2 hour mark for this to be ready is at 10 o'clock because I put in the onions at 8:04. So basically 10 o'clock is the earliest that this will be ready. A measure for us to know if it's ready is the tenderness of the lahma. So we are almost there. And we also have behind me on the other stove, we have this ruz bil sha'riya, aka vermicelli rice that I prepared. It is pretty much complete. So I'm actually going to turn off the stove for that. Now all that is left is for the lahma to finish cooking, the best part. So let's go ahead, put the lid back on this wherever I put it. Here it is. So the lid is going back on this. I'm actually going to adjust everybody back up again because I'm going to put the lahma back onto this stove over here behind me and let it cook over here instead, because the butane that these countertop stoves use is incredibly expensive. So when I'm not recording like the shots that I need for my recipe videos, I move everything from the countertop stove over to my actual stove, which is behind me right over here. So it is currently 9:51. So in about at 10 o'clock, we're going to check the lahma again. We're going to once again give it a nice stir. We're going to check to see how it's looking and how it tastes and its tenderness, and we will go from there. So we are almost there. And for plating purposes, I could do this one of two ways. I could either use this bowl, plate thing, whatever you want to call it, kind of like a shallow bowl, I guess you can call it, or a deep plate or a shallow plate. I don't know, whatever. Or I was gonna say I could use this one, but it is dirty. So this can go back in the dishwasher. I did not notice that the first time when I took it out. So I guess we're using this one. This is clean. Very good. All right, this is going in the dishwasher. All right. So now it's just the waiting game. So I'm going to do the best that I can to monologue this portion of the waiting game while we wait. Forgive me if I have not been interacting in any of the comments. For those of you who do not know, I am legally blind, so even with the distance that I'm in, like arm's length of my phone right now, but I cannot see not only myself, like it is all a blur, but also especially the comments, considering that they're super tiny. So for those of you who do not know, I was diagnosed with Stargardt's disease at a young age, which is a form of macular degeneration. And my vision is 20 over 200 in both eyes, according to my last doctor's appointment way back when. And so one of the challenges that it presents in my day-to-day is obviously being able to read the comments and everything else. So to put things in perspective for you, so this is a standard 8.5 by 11 sheet of computer paper. And just for my notes of what I am saying, what I am doing, this is a size 25 point font. So this is Arial font, size 20 in 25 point font, to put things in perspective. And if you saw earlier, like in my live when I was recording all of my voiceover audio lines, I should say, it's not like, you know, I can hold it this far apart, this far away from me. Even with me holding it this far, I literally cannot see a single word of what any of this says. So like the minimum distance or the furthest distance that I can hold this at this size font in order for me to see is still this close. So it's still super close. So imagine with size 0.25 font, I still have to hold it this close. And usually that's, you know, how close people hold their phones. So with comments, it's just not doable unless I'm on my computer. So with that being said, so my next line I already recorded the line, but the next shot that I have to do is where I already said for my voiceover audio, over time, the onions will reduce and form this delicious gravy, and the lahma will take on its flavor and become fork tender. So I already recorded all those lines, but I need to take those shots of me removing the lid and showing the camera, you know, what the lahma looks like, get a nice mix, and then, you know, probably pointing with my finger down at the pot, you know, displaying like the onion gravy, and then taking either scooping like some out with the spoon and then going in with a fork, or I'll just go in with a fork. I'll probably scoop it out first and then go in with the fork. So with that being said, actually let me grab a fork from behind me. So I got my spoon, I got my fork. We're moving up in the world, people. So after I show that shot of me removing the lid and then showing the lahma and the onion gravy and all that good stuff, that's where I come in with the plate. I'm going to, bottom layer is going to be the ruz b'shariya, which is the vermicelli rice. Let me give you guys another look at it. It's right over here, and it is ready. Vermicelli rice. So I'm going to come in and make a bottom layer of the vermicelli rice, and then I'm going to pile the lahma on top. I'm going to garnish it with some of these greens right here. Some greens. Oops. And then I'm going to put some of these pickled lemons, these homemade pickled lemons that I made about a month ago. I'm going to take my final shot, where I said Egyptian style kebab halla. I already recorded that line though earlier at the very beginning of this live. And then my favorite part where I say Yallah Bismillah, because it means that I am finally done and I get to eat. Then after I take, you know, my couple bites and eat the lahma, of course, I do have a line that I need to record where I say the recipe video for how I made these Egyptian style pickled lemons is on my page. Go watch it. Oh, and I also need to record my outro and intro lines too before I say Yallah Bismillah. I forgot about that. So after I plate everything, that's where I'm going to record my outro and my intro, and then I say Yallah Bismillah, and then I take my few bites, you know, eat some lahma, and life is good. Let's check on the time. 9:58. So we have at least another 2 minutes before we can check on the lahma. All right, let me move this plate out of the way. I'm going to bring the lahma back over here to get myself ready for that next shot. I think I'm going to leave you guys over here for this part. Let me turn on my other camera, make sure we're good. Oh, I need to turn on the stove, duh. Oops. Maybe better center this. There we go, that should be okay. I think we're good to go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, it just struck 10 p.m. according to the clock on the microwave. So for good measure, I'm going to give it about 2 more minutes. Let me adjust the temperature on here so it's not so violent. All right. It's a little bit tricky to get this like right at like that medium low point, because like if you accidentally go to like, even though the dial will show, you know, you're still on low, sometimes it'll be like way too low based on how much butane is left in the canister, so the flame will turn off. So we're still good to go. Let's see the time. It is 10:01. 1 more minute and we're going to remove the lid and take the shots that we need and then go from there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. I want to make sure it stayed in focus. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So as you can see, nearly like at least 80% of the water that was in here last time, it kind of looked like soup, like more or less from all the liquid. And as you can see, a lot of that is gone because it has essentially reduced completely and helped cook the lahma. And the onions, as you can see, has significantly dissolved and reduced. When we first started, this pan was packed to the rim. And as you can see, it's now at that halfway height. So you can see the difference of what that 2 hours of cooking has made. All right, let's see. So I'm actually going to zoom in the camera for this next shot. Okay. Now, if I come in like this, hold it like right there. So basically I have to hold it at my 12 o'clock, the camera's 6 o'clock is how I look at it. I always look at, from where I have to start. I think of the pan as like a clock. So this is my 12 o'clock, like from my point of view, but from the camera's point of view, this is 6 o'clock. And then this is my 6 o'clock from my point of view, but from the camera's point of view, it's 12 o'clock. So that's how I look at things. Like when it comes to my motions, I just convert the pan or the pot that I'm using, either or, into a clock is how I look at it. So I come in over here from all right, should be good. Let me try that again. Should be ready with the fork. Something's not right. It's not in focus. Let me try to, oops, no, that's not what I want to do. One second, ladies and gentlemen, please. There we go. Let's try this again. Let's try it again, because instead of poking it, I kind of pushed it off. the spoon. Oh man, whatever. It is what it is. All right. Let me get rid of that one so I don't. Let's try this again. Why won't this get in focus? One moment, please, as I'm trying to, oops, it's way too zoomed in. How can I do this? So that shot will be okay. Let me. So it's kind of hard for me to rip it like as I'm trying to do this. I'm just gonna do it with my hands, I think. I could also just do this. Yallah, bismillah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. All right. Where's the lid? It's back on the stove behind me. This is all done, so I can move this out of the way. Now, I need to wipe down this area from my mess. Now we are getting ready to plate it. Here's the plate. I need to adjust the camera angle for this next part. I'm just adjusting the camera angle. All right, you guys can see it all okay. All right, let me come in with the ruz first. So actually, going to bring that over here. Here it is, the vermicelli rice that I made, aka ruz bil sha'riya in Arabic. This is one of my most favorite ways to make rice. The remote. There we go. Let's try this again. All right, let's try this again. Oh my goodness, this is so terrible. Let me get rid of all this evidence of all these flops so that we don't have to go through it. Plus, nobody needs to know. All right, that one. Oh my goodness, how many did I do? No, delete, not cancel. All right, let's try this again. leftovers is all set. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all been waiting for. Egyptian style pot kebab, known as kebab halla in Arabic. Let me set the lid to the side so it's not in the way. Let's go ahead and get this plated. Yalla bismillah. I made a giant mess. Oh my goodness. Why? Not the lahma. This is not funny. I do not like it when I drop food or waste food in any capacity. Okay, let's try this again. Lemons, I can go right over here. Just going to wash my hands. All right, I need my little spinning table thing, turntable, whatever you want to call it. I also need to adjust my camera angle. Turntable shot is complete. So recently getting my camera to be in focus has been like a really big struggle for me. So I need to, because it does not like all the numbers and stuff to see like what the aperture is at and all that nonsense. I don't know all the technical terms when it comes to this. It does not appear on my monitor, so it makes it really difficult for me to properly get this in focus. I think I got it now. Everything looks okay. I need to switch the camera angle. Do I have to record any more lines? Played it, okay, I did that, okay, I did the spin, okay, good. I have to record my intro and my outro, of course. I need to flip the camera angle. Not flip, but increase. The camera angle, 1 second. This can move out of the way. I need to get a horizontal shot as well. That's what I'm doing right now. this in focus. We should be good to go. All right, that shot is done. I need to adjust my camera again. Need to record my lines for my intro and outro. Then I can say Yallah Bismillah. And then I can eat. So bear with me here as I adjust my camera angle one final time. I need to tilt this back. Oops, sorry about that, TikTok. All right, let me adjust YouTube as well. All right. Everyone's gonna go back here. All right. I need to adjust it. The camera angle. All right. Okay. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style pot kebab over vermicelli rice. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style pot kebab over vermicelli rice. Try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style pot kebab over vermicelli rice. In Egypt, we call this kebab halla. In Egypt, we call this kebab halla. Yalla bismillah. 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 One of those will be okay. The recipe video for how I made these Egyptian style pickled lemons is on my page. Make sure you go watch it. The recipe video for how I made these Egyptian style pickled lemons is on my page. Make sure you go watch it. Mm-hmm. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So I kind of just went radio silent for the past 5 minutes. And I already ate like nearly half this bowl. So I haven't eaten all day. And it's like past 10 o'clock at night. It's probably like 10:30 or so. So yeah. For those of you who are with us from the beginning, you watched me make this Egyptian style pot kebab, also known as kebab halla in Egyptian culture. That's how we say it in Arabic. It's essentially beef with a whole lot of onions that is cooked for a couple hours to leave you with this pot kebab. Then underneath it, I made this vermicelli rice, which is really popular in Egyptian culture. I garnished everything with some fresh parsley, and then I just had some pickled lemons on the side, and life is good. Where's the lahma? Let's see how that shot looks. Where's the lahma? See how that one looks. That one, what I did differently is I looked up when I said, where's the lahma? See how it looks. All right, I'm done. Yeah, I'm definitely done. I look so happy in that shot. Like really, really, really happy. Like more happy than what I look right now. So I'm keeping it. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, for tonight's live, or today's live, I should say. I mean, I started at like about 6:30, and it is now currently 10:47. So I've been on for the past 4 hours now. I started with this Egyptian style pot kebab that I just ate a good amount of. It's absolutely delicious. If you have not tried this recipe, definitely give it a try. I will have this recipe video that I shot while doing this live. I will be editing the video tonight. And if it does not post tomorrow, it will definitely post by Friday at the very latest. So stay tuned for my next video for this Egyptian style pot kebab. And on top of that, I also made, during this live, I made this vermicelli rice as well, which will be included in the final cut of the recipe video. So definitely stay tuned for that as well. It's all going to be in one video. So no later than this Friday. So in less than 2 days, it will post to my social media pages. What else? I also have a few more recipe videos planned out, coming soon. My next one that I'm going to work on will be for kushari. That will be over the weekend that I will do. Most likely Saturday is what I am aiming for at the latest. I might record it on Friday, but it's going to be Saturday for sure. I'm going to record it. So stay tuned for kushari as well. What else? Oh, a lot of you have been asking on my previous video for where I made these, let me show you, these pickled lemons. A lot of you asked what it tastes like and what to pair it with and all that good stuff. So I'm going to create like a short video just showing what to do with these pickled lemons essentially when it is done. So stay tuned for that as well. So this can go back in there. I am planning also to make mahshi soon. That won't be until next week at the very earliest. I don't know exactly what day it will be just yet, so stay tuned for that. I also am planning to make buftik, which is an Egyptian style fried beef steak as well. Many of you were so upset with me last time. I made it a little over a year ago, or about a year ago, like roughly a year ago, I should say. Because instead of using the onion juices, I used olive oil, which is essentially a shortcut to take. But I'm planning to make buftik again, an Egyptian style fried beef steak but this time I'm going to use the onion juices instead. What else? I do want to make other traditional Egyptian cookies as well. I recently made kahk al-Eid, but I want to introduce like a few other cookies that are really popular in Egyptian culture. So that is on my agenda as well. What else? I know I'm forgetting something. I said mahshi already. A lot of you have been asking for mahshi in general, like just a combination of a whole different types. Um, Grape leaves was on my agenda to make first, but I still have to wait like about a month to make those because the grape leaves season is coming up soon. But I do plan to make, when I make mahshi, like approximately next week at some point. I'm going to be making mahshi crumb, which is AKA the stuffed cabbage, so stay tuned for that. And I plan to go live for each of these as well too, when I make it. What else? A lot of you have been asking for hammam mahshi, which is stuffed pigeons. That one is still like, unfortunately, it's really difficult to find like good quality pigeons like by me. So that one, it's a work in progress. The moment I find good quality pigeon to purchase, I will definitely um, write and shoot a recipe video for making hammam mahshi, because that one has been, a lot of you have been asking me for it. What else? I think that's it for now in terms of updates and everything that I have going. Um, for now, if you're not already following me, go ahead and give me a follow on TikTok, and also subscribe to my YouTube. Help me reach 100K for this year. Um, Help me catch up my YouTube to the rest to my TikTok and to my Instagram. So subscribe on YouTube. And what else? Definitely visit my website, theegyptiancook.com. I do have a couple things I am working on right now and planning out for something that it's still a work in progress. I'm not going to say much about it just now. So I still have to brainstorm, like finish the brainstorming and plan it out. But something that I think that you guys are going to really, really, really like, and will be releasing in the near future. It's not a video. I will say that it's not a video. It's going to be something else. But yeah, so definitely stay tuned for all my updates and the latest and greatest. Follow me everywhere. Visit my website, theegyptiancook.com. It is all linked in my bio. Thank you, TikTok, and thank you, YouTube. I'm calling it a night because I am tired and I am still hungry and I want to sit down and relax, and I still have to clean up the kitchen, but we will worry about that at another point in time. So thank you everybody for tuning in tonight, and thank you for everybody who was part of the comment section and interacting with each other, and we will see you next time. Good night, everybody.